are we doing here? Okay, we're back live. At everyone. I don't know what happened to the last stream, but it died. So, are we back? What's going on here? What is going on here? Oh my god, let me delete this message. Delete that. Edit this. To put the right one. Alright, temp 3. Alright. I'm blurry still. Why am I blurry? This makes no sense to me. Where's my time machine? Skip this backup. Maybe it's time machine. Hello. How's my connection? How's my connection? Alright, so I don't know what's going on with my connection today. Seems weird. I can usually look at myself in the YouTube stream and see myself, but I'm moving and I look blurry. At least I'm moving. It's all good now? Alright, well I got this back blaze thing, which I think runs automatically, and it's not done backing up my computer, but it's supposed to back up continuously. You know what I think I should do? I'm going to settings, say, I don't know, schedule. Once per day, starting at 10 a.m. 12 a.m. What am I doing? All right. So now it shouldn't even do, because I've been pausing it, and then let's see, speedtest.net. Is it fine to do a speedtest.net thing while you're streaming? Is that weird? I'm not sure if that's weird. My internet recently got upgraded. No, the download speed's freaking huge. It just got upgraded, and for freebies, I guess. I'm paying a fair amount, but 1.4 gigabits per second for the download. The upload's always the issue, though, right? Because they always lowball the upload. And the upload is 5 megabits per second. It should be more like 15 to 20 on this connection. So annoying. So for a while I didn't stream because my connection was so bad. The stream. Yeah. Does it look good? Okay. Let me see my settings. Oh, yeah. My settings are, okay. Yep. Mine too. Excuse me. I forgot to pause. Or mute when I coughed. All right. Anyways, I don't know how I hope it's fine now. I hope it's fine now. Whatever. Okay. Woo. Getting all hot and bothered up in here. All right. Where are we now? Am I at the right? I've got this a little bit too wide for the stream. There we go. Oh my god. Oh my god. Let's load up Rider with the new AI. I have to say, I'm not yet sold on the new Rider AI, and I'll tell you why. I was fine with the in beta, but now that it's out of beta, I was told, and I don't know if this is true, but I think it's true, that you can't use both Rider AI along with GitHub Copilot. And I liked the code prediction of Copilot better than the Rider one. And I really enjoyed using that feature. So I'm kind of like not yet sold on it. But I paid for a year. Anyways, what am I doing today? So I was telling you, by the way, I was saying go to the asset store via the Infinity PBR page for my affiliate link. If you're going to buy anything, that always helps me out a lot. The affiliate, actually, it adds up over time, and it comes out to a decent percentage of the annual revenue for Infinity PBR. So it really, really does help. if you use the affiliate thing. But the other thing is the scripting docs. Always remember the scripting docs exists, and all that. So with that out of the way, what the hell was I doing tonight? I was impromptu stream. I was doing this, and so we got this projectile system. You can just change. So here's the system. I'm going to give a brief overview for those who haven't seen it yet. It's not in the store or anything yet. It will be. This is the system. You got a demo player. You got a projectile spawner on this. So what is a projectile spawner? It's something that has a spawn transform. In this case, it's just this little thing right there. It's just the tip of this gray thing right there. So like a little gun barrel or something. And then you've got a target object. So you can do that. This is the target object. Is that right? Target position. Rotating transform. Oh yeah. So what's the thing that rotates? So in this case, you got the spawn, but what rotates is the object itself. This is what rotates. I'm not sure why I did that. There must have been a reason. I'll have to figure that out and put some documentation for it. And then the other thing is the target. You can change that, of course, at runtime, figure out what the target is. And then you've got all these different projectiles. You can throw in as many projectiles as you want. I've got 4 of them right now and an old one. Oh, yes, I was going to tell you about the pizza. Oh, my gosh. I'll tell you what about the pizza. The pizza came out really good. I gave it to my friends and their kids. And one kid, she said, now she's 8, so keep that in mind. She said it's slightly better than Domino's, which I was like, well, Domino's is the worst pizza ever, right? That's what they say. And then she said, but Domino's is her favorite. So I'm like, okay. And then another kid told his mom this morning that the pizza he had was the best pizza he's ever had in his life. Now, he's also 8. So short life so far. But that says something, right? I'll tell you what, though. We didn't drain the pineapples enough. They wanted pineapple. So I had to like sop it up with a towel, a napkin, paper towel, while it was baking because it was like a lake in the middle of the pizza. I need to shred the cheese instead of cutting it, fresh mozzarella. And I could probably work on the dough a little bit more. I need to figure out how to make my own sauce and get better pepperoni that I can cut thin. I got cheaper pepperoni. But it was really good. Made garlic knots, and I had leftovers today, and they tasted great as leftovers. And that's always important too. So there you go. So the whole thing here with this is that it's taking, you can always have one of these. There is a selected one, an element that selects which one you have. You can always change that. And I think we're going to have a public one so you can change it via code too. I think you can already do that, but have it show here. Really? Polish pizza? See, I just like pizza. I think pizza's fun. Anyways, the next one is this forward missile. All right. And then we got this fireball, which is basically the forward missile, but with a different movement on it. I still have this bug where I need to make those disappear, but that's okay. And then this is why I was working on this fireball times 5. And the thing that I was working on earlier today was exactly how we spawn 5 versus 1. That's why there's an old one. And the thing is that these are, so the magic missile is a basic projectile, and it's got these behaviors on them. I've got them as lists. I think I'm going to go back to not lists, but I'm just going to do that later. And instead of just a projectile that does something, every projectile has behaviors. So you can reuse these behaviors and very easily create a new version that has a slightly different behavior of anything. A spawn behavior, if you have none, then it just shoots forward. So you don't need a spawn behavior. But on the fireball, you see that spawn behavior is this 5 at 90 degrees. And then you've got these different movement behaviors. So this is a movement behavior. The forward missile is move forward. Magic missile is home in on target. So they also have different logic. And when we look at these behaviors, you can see that they all have different, very simple inspectors, not too much details there. And if we dig into the scripts, they all are inheriting from movement behavior. Movement behavior is a projectile behavior. There's a lot of things that can be projectile behaviors, all those different behaviors. Movement behaviors, movement forward is just basic forward. And the wave movement forward inherits from that and just overrides the move and does the base forward movement and then calculates the wave. So very simple scripts to change the behavior, which means you can write your own because projectiles are very unique. I'll have a lot at the start. And then the thing that I just added was for this Fireball 5X, I did this new spawn behavior. And the spawn behavior, you don't need to use it. Because if you don't use it, it'll just shoot forward, no big deal. But if you do use it, you can choose to have a number of projectiles. So let's just actually see this in action. So these are scriptable objects, so you can change them anytime. So now we can change it to, say, 10 projectiles, and now 10 go out. Or we can do it to 5 again, and then do angle spread 180. And now they'll go 180 degrees. So I guess 10 is better for that because it's a wider thing. So, bullet hell. So that's very easy to customize these. And they're all scriptable objects, so you can just copy it, make a new one, have as many as you want in your scene, in your project. And they're all, you do have to set them back if you do change them, because scriptable objects do not reset after runtime. But basically, every projectile is just a combination of all these different behaviors. And so it's very easy to mix and match and create tons of cool behaviors and projectiles. Yes, Jeff, I agree with you. That is correct. It's not as good. I was actually frustrated yesterday when I was using it because it's not as good. I've gotten used to the GitHub Copilot, but oh well, we'll figure it out. Maybe we can use both at the same time. So what I have not yet done is this, the delays. So I just got the spawn behavior working. It magically worked before I had to go buy a gift card for Starbucks for my nephew. That's a good gift, I think, for a 14-year-old kid, or he's about to be 14. He's almost 14. And his birthday's in January. So I always, Christmas time, I have to give him birthday gifts and I buy him Christmas gifts. So actually, I think I wrapped this for his birthday. But that's a good gift for a 14-year-old, right? Starbucks. He likes going to Starbucks after school with all his hoodlum friends. All right, so delays. We need to do the delays. The way this works, pretty simple. You call spawn projectile. You've got the projectile spawner. That's whatever spawns a projectile. It could be anything. And then you just call spawn projectile, and it does its thing. Let's see. That was that. So if it has a spawn behavior, if the projectile has a spawn behavior, then it'll use that spawn behavior to launch. Otherwise, it's just going to spawn the default. And the default is just spawning something forward. Poof, straight forward. It looks at the target, and it goes forward. Does it look at the target? Does it always look at the target? Well, that's interesting because I guess it doesn't always look at the target. Because if we do magic missile, it's not looking at the target. And if we do forward missile, it's not looking at the target. So I don't know what the look at target thing is. So what happens if we just don't? I moved my icon from over here to over here, and I keep going over there to click it. And I don't use the tab option. Okay, whatever. Also, I'm going to remove icon launch. I think that was an old thing. Projectile. Do we need to do the look at? If we're on instantiate. Oh, okay. I see. There's a boolean here. There's a boolean for the look at, and it must be somewhere in here. Oh yeah, look forward at spawn. So if it's looking forward at spawn, let's turn this off for the fireball for a second, and then we will select the fireball. There we go. Okay, so it's still doing. It's not quite working right because it's supposed to look at the target, I would think, without that. But there we go. Okay, that's what that is. So more work to be done. But all right, what was I saying? I forget. It's been a long stream already. Not really. All right. So, oh yeah, I was showing you what it does, and I reminded myself. So the default or the not default. And then we do the launch behavior, the launch method on the spawn behavior. And this is where we're going to do the delays. So we set our projectile spawner so that the behavior knows the object. And we should actually create a new instance of it, I suppose. Yeah, let's start with that. We have to create a new instance of the spawn behavior. So create new instance of projectile.spawn behavior. Okay, and then new spawn behavior.launch. And the reason we're doing that is because if you don't, then it will change the settings. Hi, Lenter. It will change the settings on the scriptable object. And we don't want to change the settings on the scriptable object, right? You all know that? We all know that, right? And so now it's going to be creating a new instance of it. And so if for some reason there's something in this spawn behavior that does change settings or change values, it will change it on the instance and not on the default thing. So this is helpful if like there's something that can do something 3 times. So there's a counter 1, 2, 3, and then it stops doing that thing. You want to make sure you do that in the instance, not the. Why? See, I keep freaking going over there. I will be retrained eventually, but so you want to do the instance instead of yeah. All right. Instead of the default or the scriptable object. So we got this, and then what do? We do our angles, and then for number of projectiles, we do the launching, and then do an angle step. There's some property maths up here that are there. So this whole look at thing, I think it doesn't matter. So I commented it out, and so that's zombie coded for now. And so there we go. Now we're going to do the delay. So this is actually going to have to be a coroutine. So we're going to say, let's see. Let's see if the AI helps us with this, because I do enjoy using the AI. I know I can do things myself, but why? If the AI can help me. So we need to create a new coroutine called launch coroutine. Launch on delay. Where each projectile, where we will first wait for where's it called? Delay before first projectile time if it's not 0. And then between each projectile, wait delay between projectiles time if not 0. All right, let's see if that does that. You understand, do you, machine? So far, so good. It's looking right, but just eyeballing it, it looks about right. Let's see this. Will it also tell me how to update the launch? It will. Look at that. Magic. Do you believe in AI magic? And I hope you do, because the AI's coming for you. Zombie code this as well. We need to bring in this, bring in whatever this needs. Why? Oh, there it is. Nope, that's not what we need. Why is this not? That's weird. Why is that not available to us? Did I bring in the wrong thing? Let's see. Well, first of all, these aren't needed. These aren't needed. See, the AI in this case didn't apparently recognize this, or it took my misspellings explicitly or something. Something's weird with this. Why is this dark coroutine not working? Oh, I try to use the tooltips because it's for the asset store, so I try to do like caffeine. Oh, there you go, Lenter. That makes a lot of sense. You're right. This is a scriptable object class. Interesting. I can't start a coroutine from a scriptable object class. So I should start from this then, I suppose, right? Because that's all I'm really doing. So let's go back to the projectile spawner, and we will say new spawn behavior dot launch on delay this, and then we'll do that there, and then here we will do this, and then magical. Okay, let's see if this sounds right. Set the spawner, yield for the delay, current angle. Sounds the same. It looks the same. I'm assuming it's the same. We'll test it. Then each one we're going to yield for that, and then we do, okay, let's just test it out. Let's test it out. We're going to do our fireball times 5. Nope, we're going to do our spawn behavior. 5 at, we're going to do 10. We'll do 180. I'll change it later. We're going to delay for 2 seconds and then 0.1 second between each of them. We'll have to do the offset later as well. Let's see if it just works. Whoops. It didn't work. All right. We still need to do trajectories for these two. I guess we're going to have to do a debug log. Debug.log. Launch on delay. Can you do an IEnumerator from scriptable object? Can we do an IEnumerator from a scriptable object? We might have to move it to the other one if we can't. Yes, okay. I mean, we're not getting any errors, so let's see again. It's not even getting called. Okay, so since that's not getting called, we need to go back here and figure out why it's not getting called. So debug.log has spawn behavior. All right, so that is, oh, see, start coroutine, launch on delay, this, and see, that was the issue then. All right, so we're just gonna try it again. Oh, there it is. It worked. That's fun. All right. So, you know, as an aside for more advanced coders out there, and I think I'm going to have to put a disclaimer somewhere in this documentation that there are advanced features that you have to be more advanced to understand how to do, because I don't want to have to teach people how to do everything. Like, I don't mind helping people and lead them in the right direction, but I can't teach people stuff. Like the fact that this whole spawn behavior thing, this is a something you can override. So these are all going to be protected things that you can override, and they're going to be virtual things that you can override. So you can create your own versions of them. I'm seeing an ad right now, but I don't think everyone sees the ad at the same time. So I never know if I'm just talking to the void during the ads or not. But anyways, yeah. So you can override these. That means that you can do virtually, get it, anything you want if you know what you're doing. So that's the advanced side of this project, where the basic thing is just use it. it shoots things. That's fun. The intermediate is customize them and do all that. Ah, that's right. YouTube Premium. And then the third thing is, of course, for advanced users, create your own overrides and make your own behaviors and all that stuff. And if somebody really wanted to, you could share those behaviors with others. Just put the script up on the Infinity PBR Discord and say, hey, check out this behavior. All right, so next is going to be the offset. So I was thinking about how this is really cool, but the problem is if we make this 360, and now we'll do 36, and we'll do the delays no delay and 0.05. So now let's see why we need an offset here. See that? It hits itself. And we want it to be able to hit itself sometimes, but not all the time. Oh, that's cool too. You can actually move while it's doing it. Interesting. I wonder if that'll be an option that I have to disable. Or have an option to take into account the rotation or not. Anyways, but I was thinking in projects like a top-down flying game where you just like 1942 for all you old folks and probably many other games for all you young kids. There's probably, you might want to have the things go into 360. So we need to do an offset that would allow it to go from a 360 without having to like do some wanky thing with the layers or anything like that. So let's add that. So the offset is called offset from spawn position. And where is our spawn position? All right. So we're going to do a new method here called public virtual vector3 launch position, and it's going to return spawn transform dot position for now. So if that equals 0, then we're going to return spawn transform dot position, and we're going to change this to be launch position. Whoa, that was not what I wanted. There we go. Just to make sure that we're not messing things up already, I'm just going to quickly test it. All right. I still need to do sound too. Ooh, a mono behavior variable. Interesting. That's a cool tip, Chris. Interesting. I didn't know that. You learned me a lesson. I wonder, how resource intensive is that? Is that resource intensive? Probably not. So, and I suppose if it was like a static mono behavior, if you created that at runtime, once you create it once, it's just there. So you can always just reuse it to launch new coroutines. Because in the game modules, to automate game modules functions a lot, there's a lot of coroutines. And I use scriptable objects, a static scriptable object, in order to operate those. I forget exactly how do I do it. I do something, but that's an interesting thing that maybe would be helpful in the future. I think there's still only one game module that isn't fully automated. Maybe it's the quests. But, nice. I'll have to look into that. Neat. All right, so let's do this offset thing. Oh, I just realized if I press that button, the music goes away too. Okay, I need to press that button when I cough so you can still hear the lovely, relaxing music in the background. So now we're going to do an actual offset. So, so the offset has to be a... Oh, wait a minute. angle. So here's the thing. Is that just magically gonna do it? Maybe it will. Let's see if it's magical. Offset's going to be the angle. Okay, that might be correct. Let's see if that just works. So we're gonna make the offset to be 2 and see if that works. Oh, it did. So there you go. See, the AI just saved me, I don't know, what, 10 minutes? I don't know how long it would have taken me to just do that by myself. I would have figured it out eventually, but the AI just saved me time. And here's, you know, I will be honest with you. As somebody who makes their side income through the asset store and loves, actually, I really enjoy making these random tools for my own game, but for your game too. One day tools might not be very viable on the asset store. I think there always will be a value for tools that come from this is fun. That come from doing more advanced things. So always staying ahead of the game. But the AI is going to be able to do this for you. So at some point, the time money trade-off for an indie developer or hobbyist developer will be such that they'll say, well, I could buy that projectile system, or I can just do it myself with the AI. Not everybody wants to do it with the AI, but some people do. Should I do a repetition? I guess that's something you could do from your spawner. Yeah. All right. We're happy with that. I'm happy with that. Oh, you gotta use the AI, Lenter. Once you start using it, you won't go back. It's you know how we make tools for ourselves and we do that math in our head. We say, well, I'm going to do this every day, once per day. It takes me 10 minutes. But if I make this tool, it'll take me 1 minute, and the tool will take me an hour to make. So in a week, I'll have paid back my time, right? So that sort of, saving 9 minutes, but just become more efficient. There's so many times where I save 10 seconds, 20 seconds, 30 seconds, something short like that. And it adds up. And then there are other times where it just works, right? And I would have figured this out. But the reality is trigonometry and geometry and stuff like that is not my strong suit when it comes to coding. So honestly, this would have taken me a little bit of time. Now, maybe there's value in learning it, and by trying to figure out, you'd learn more, and I can see that. But also there's value in just getting shit done. So anyways, now we can do a little ship flying, and maybe I'll make a dragon demo, because I've always wanted to make a dragon, 1942 dragon thing, and I probably would call it like 1342 or 942. It would basically be like 1942, but with dragons. Have you guys seen 1942? Do you guys know what I'm talking about? I think you do. 1942 video game. We're going to make sure that the music is off. But I used to play this when I was a wee lad, a wee little boy back in the day. Let's see. Skip that. Whoops, not full screen. What am I doing? Theater mode. Okay. So this is 1942. I'll do a link here. So, no, I'm not going to do a link. I don't want you to watch it right now. I want you to watch my stream. So let's skip ahead. This is 1942. Classic game, right? So you can imagine how you get that POW, that POW, and power up. And so now you've got a different thing. So this is just switching out your gun to, instead of a 2-shooter, a 4-shooter, right? Each one of those is doing its own little behavior. You can just see exactly how this would work, right? I think it's pretty simple. We all know this already. But I want to make this game, but with dragons, you know, because I have a dragon. And I would call it 942 because that's funny. Yeah. This game was always fun. Hard because those bullets are hard to see. This and then the side-scrolling ones, Gradius, Life Force, Gradius. I'm not sure how to pronounce that. I don't think anyone ever really knew. Life Force was its sequel. That's easier to pronounce. Those were always fun. Gradius 3 on the SNES was one of my favorites. Classic up, down, down, left, right, BA start for the power up. Let's just skip to the end here. They're going to play through the whole thing. I think a lot of people, it looks like, are skipping to the end. Whoa, yeah, you get your companion planes. That's always fun. Whoa. Yeah, you can do that barrel roll trick. Skip to the very end. This part. I just want to see the big boss battle. Is there a big boss battle? Wait. There's no big boss battle? There's a boss. Is this it? Is that it? The big boss battle is just that thing? Oh my gosh, look at that. Fight last one. Oh my gosh. Okay, well, the boss battle sucks. But, you know, early days. All right. Oh, I didn't know you could do this. What is this? Back, forward. Interesting. Yeah, but that's 1 quarter if you're good. 1 quarter for an hour. Let's team up, Jeff. You make the game. I'll give you all the assets. I don't have time to make all these games. That's the problem. I need to not have a day job. You know what I mean? Can we just get trust funds all around? Trust funds for everybody. All right. What's the next thing? So we have the offset working. We don't. It's not really something we need here. So let's just change this back. We're going to change back to 5. 0.01. We'll do that. 0 offset and back to 90 degrees. Let's see. I mean, I think this is better just to have no delay. Yeah. Oh, but you know what we should do is this taking into account the rotation or not. Do we want to take into account the rotation? So let's add that because I think that's an important one. This should be in the projectile control or options. Probably options because we're talking about angles here. Oh, and also I need to do range is going to be 1 to 99999 shit ton. Or no, we can do min. We don't need to do range. Min 1. Okay. And delay is going to be min 0. And we're going to do the same for delay between. Offset can be negative, I suppose. There might be a reason for that. Should offset be position offset, public? We should do both ways. Vector 3, position offset from just we're going to call this rotation or forward offset from spawn position. And then we're going to do a position offset from spawn position vector 3.0 position And for this one, we're going to do tooltip. Projectile spawn position will be offset by this value prior to computing the forward offset value. Okay, so, and because that comes first, we're going to put it first. And then let's just add this real quick down here. So if they're both 0, then we do that. Otherwise, we're going to say offset var offset equals what was it? Spawn transform position. Is that the whole thing? Oh, I guess it can be done in one go. Okay, we'll test it right now. Let's test it real quick, just to make sure that that works. Because you might want to offset it in a different direction too, right? So we're going to offset it by 2 on the Y, and yeah, we'll offset that by 1 too, and then we'll test that again. Let's see. All right. And then let's do 360 just to make sure that we're doing this right. Yeah. Okay, and then if we do this by zero, there we go. Okay. All right, so that is working. And all right, good. All right, that's working. Let's do the whatever the other thing I was going to do. One day I won't be coughing. All right, so we did that. The other thing, what was the other thing? I swear I was just about to do something. I've forgotten already. They're not too high poly, Jeff. Haven't you heard me say it before? These my characters were used in my mobile game in 2015. The human with all the wardrobe used in 2015 mobile games, and it worked perfectly fine. So it's not too high poly. It's high fidelity, but it's not super high poly. It's reasonably high poly, and for mobile in today's world, I mean these phones are cray cray. So. And we can always make LODs, you know? Okay. What was I going to do? I can't remember now. We did the offset. We did the delay. Right? I swear there was something else I was going to do, though. I can delete the zombie code, I think, at this point. It's pretty clear that that's working. What was it? Oh, well. I forget. Oh. I do want to do one thing. So I don't want to do. Okay, we're gonna do some additional options here. Um, so we're going to do public bool stop on spawner death or destroy equals true, and tooltip if true, when the projectile spawner is missing or destroyed, this will stop spawning projectiles. So this means we have to do a thing here. Well, we'll do a couple things. We're going to do first protected bool spawner. Spawner is alive is going to be projectile spawner not equal null, and the game object's not equal null. So if not spawner is alive, then then stop the coroutine. There we go. Yield break, and do we need to destroy this object? Yes. No, we can't do it on the same thing, so we're gonna destroy the object. So we're gonna ask the AI a clarifying question here. Whoops, wrong button. What did I just do? Why did it go full screen on me? I don't know why I pressed. All right, back. What happens when I go full screen? AI actions. New chat. Clarifying question. If I destroy the... No. This. This object before yield break, does the coroutine still stop? Yes. Therefore, yield break will still be executed. Okay, and the coroutine will indeed terminate. Just removes the contained script from the game object. But this is a this is an instance of a scriptable object. So that means the instance will be destroyed. Yes? Yes. All right, good. However, remember that the actual destruction is not immediate. I know that. Also note, I'm like, not part of the scene. This is also why it's extremely important. Do I need to destroy this instance, or will that just be handled automatically once it's not being used? I don't know. It doesn't know. Oh. Garbage collected when there are no more references to them. Oh. Eventually, can be light locked. Okay. Really? Set any references you have to the scriptable object to null. I don't have any references to it, though. Because I just created it, so there's no reference. Hey, Story. What's up, Story? What is this? var waiter equals new wait for seconds later return. What is Andrew up to? All right, let me go back and see what Storey is saying. He's saying at the start of launch, do a var waiter equals new wait for seconds delay, and then return waiter. My Irish friend is saying that we can make this more efficient by doing var waiter equals new wait 4 seconds delay at the start to cache the value. Please update this. Let's see what. Oh, I pushed a button. Sure, caching the wait for seconds object could improve performance by reducing the garbage collection, especially if you're creating multiple instances. I see. Interesting. I never thought of wait 4 seconds as an object itself. But I guess, duh, as a thing. Oh, you have to make sure it's the Irish one, because otherwise it might, especially since they're all named Jason, it might think it's the Californian one. Or actually, I suppose more American one. So the American Jason versus the Irish Jason, very, very, very different answers. You'll get different answers, and sometimes, not all the time, but sometimes. I was hoping though the AI would talk about something Irish, but it's not programmed to be fun, probably. It's programmed to give me answers. All right, let's test to make sure we're not crazy here. Boom. All right. There we go. That's that. So what was I actually doing in this? See, I keep pushing Discord when I think I'm clicking writer, because that's where the writer button used to be, and I moved it, and I need to retrain myself. All right. I just added stuff. Oh yeah, stop, unspawn, or destroy. So what we're going to do is, to test this, we're going to do 500 projectiles with a delay of, a delay of 0.1 between them. And then we'll just press play here. We'll do that. And then, wow, look at them go. And then we will destroy our demo player, and they stop. Perfect. Okay. I did it again. Oops, I did it again. Okay, so that was that part. And then we want to do the angle. Public bool. Local angle. Goes false. True. Wait a minute. Do I have an angle thing? Pre-launch trajectory. Look at this. Look at it here instead. Projectiles. Fireball times 5. Nope. We need the spawn behavior. Position. Offset from spawn. Delay. Start angle. Fucking did it again. All right, start angle. So this is going to be 0 means forward, and spread angle, and then we're going to do a public bool update angle during update angle with spawner rotation equals false. So, okay, this tooltip is going to be if true, when the projectile spawner rotates, the angle of fire will be updated to match the rotation. So now we need to update our actual launcher here because we need to cache the start angle. Cache the start angle. That is going to be the first current angle. Cached start angle. And then in our let's see. Hold on. What is this? Ooh. Okay. What is this? So transform rotation is going to be the current angle. The current angle is this, and start angle. What is start angle? Okay, so start angle is that minus the spread angle equal plus angle adjustment. What's angle adjustment? Is that plus rotate transform Euler angles. Okay, here we go. If we are updating angle with spawn, then we do that. We don't need to cache this. That was all we needed to do. That's why I had the rotation thing. Maybe I was thinking about this before and I just forgot I was thinking about it in the past week, which is very, very, very reasonable. Oh, there we go. So now it's not updating, but if we do that, now it is updating. This one is updating, right? Well, now we have too many of these. Okay, let's go back to 36, and on a 306 or 90 degree, we'll do 10 at 90 degrees, 0.2, just get a little bit more delay to make sure we can see this working right here. All right, so that is that. Now, if I go like this, it doesn't appear to be working, right? No, it's doing the same regardless. Oh, no, it's not. Or it is. Right? Because if I'm facing forward, I get that spread. And I turn this on. I still get that spread. And if I move, I still get that spread. But I have to move during it. If I move during it, I still get that spread. So it's not apparently doing it. Ha, future me. Time is an illusion. Oh, really? You can do a static cache it in a dictionary. Interesting. Okay. Oh, because I'm doing this in the wrong spot, right? Because this is going to be for each projectile. So we don't do it there. We need this because this is taking into account their current forward. We need to do it down here is where we need to do it. Current angle plus equals angle step. Where is... where is that being included? Where are we using this? Only here? Let me confirm what I'm thinking. So if I shoot this, then it goes like that. If I'm going this way, then it goes like that. All right. And now if I go like this, wasn't earlier I able to update this so it was going forward? So now it's not doing what I don't want it to do. So that's good. But now we want it to actually do that, the current angle. So let's see. Var spawner last rotation equals that, and then if is true, and then update spawner last rotation and add that value to current angle, right? So yes. Okay, well, let's try that then. So now we are updating it. So if I move halfway through, if I move halfway through, okay, there we go. Perfect. So that's what I want. And then if this is off, then it doesn't matter where I move. It's always going to do the thing. So if we make this instant, then you do that. Actually, let's do a delay between projectiles, angle 0, do 50 of them. So now it's just always going to go to the same spot. But if we update, then we can do a thing where we just fire 50 in wherever we're pointing. All right, perfect. Perfect. Like a cat. All right, so let's go back to 5, 0, blah, 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 0, 90. Don't update. There you go. All right, then the other thing was repetition. I wanted to add repetition. And that's why I had the stop on destroy, because if you do an infinite repetition, which you might want to, so you never have to worry about it again, then you could do that. So let's add this here. We're going to do header, and then we have to do the trajectory, which I might not do on the live stream. Maybe I will. We'll see. Repetition. So we're going to public bool repeat in forever equals false. Public bool, actually repeat equals false, and repeat int repeat count equals repeat count equals 0. If it's -1, then it's forever. So tool tip 0 equals no repetition. -1 equals repeat forever. 1 equals repeat once, etc. All right. And then delay between repetitions. And then we need a private. Well, we can do protected. Int repetition count equals 0. All right, so we're gonna do new. Okay, there we go. Ask the AI to update it for us. We need to update this for repetition. If after all projectiles are spawned, if repeat count is not 0, we need to repeat and keep track of the times in repetition count. If we if repeat count is -1, we don't need to keep track, just repeat forever. All right. So what'd you get for the best present you're giving someone for the holidays, y'all? I'm giving kids in my life clothing with their siblings' faces on them or their own faces on them. Because that's cool. I'm curious to see if they actually wear them. All right, let's see if this just works. So now we are... What does this do? What does this do? I've never seen this do. Do while. This is a new thing for me. I've never seen do. So do that while repeat is counted as -1 or repetition count is less than repeat count. Interesting. Do while. I've actually never seen do while. It feels like something that I should have seen, like if else. But maybe because I ignore while loops, I try to stay away from them for the most part. I have never seen it. Interesting. Let's see if it works. All right, so we're going to do repeat count 3 times. And 0 between delays, so let's just see. Oops. Okay, so it happened all at once, so let's do 0.3. And then we can do that. Okay, so that's good. So if we do -1, let's do 0 first. So no delay. And -1. So we should make sure that if -1 is happening, then this should not be 0, because otherwise it'll go on forever and ever and ever, amen, and it'll be like an infinite loop. So let's just account for that real quick. Let's add a check that if what was the repeat count is -1, then is -1, then the repeat delay is 0.1 is not 0. If it is 0, make it 0.1. I'm going to do custom editors for these probably, so you can check for it there too, but I just want to make sure that's here too. This is before the delay. How come it changed stuff? Or put this between? Oh, I see. We have to put it between here. Okay. All right. avoids an infinite loop. I mean, it might be every frame loop, right? But we don't want it to be every frame. Nobody wants it to be every frame because that's silly. Okay, that's good. Let's just check that, make sure that it works. Yeah. All right, but and if we destroy our demo player, then it stops. Perfect. All right, so that's fun. We can put this back to the original settings. So no repetition. And then we should put our min values up here too while we're thinking about it. So repeat count is going to be min -1. Delay between repetitions is going to be min 0. I can't. Oh, I stopped being able to type. I've lost the ability to type, everybody. There we go. I have an itchy bit on my wrist here, or hand or palm. All right. There we go. So now we have some cool options in the spawn behavior, and they can be extended by you. So that means, so if we do a infinite machine gun, right? So what's it going to be? An infinite is going to be 1 projectile, no delay, and we're just going to do a repeat -1 by 0.1. And we're going to update the angle with the spawn rotation. Of course, it doesn't matter because we're only doing 1, 0 here. So this doesn't matter. And there we go. So now if I go to my projectiles here and we say the forward missile, we can change our spawn behavior to be infinite machine gun. Press play. Choose our forward missile. And now we have a infinite machine gun thing here. And we can turn on our trajectory and see the trajectory for this. There you go. And if you want to instead say, no, you know what? I was wrong. I want to launch 5 at 90 degrees. Just change that. You can change it at runtime as well. And then your forward missile does that. Now, of course, your trajectory is wrong here because it's doing that. That's where this other trajectory is going to come into play. That overrides the default. No pooling yet, Jason. Haven't implemented that. And if you don't want any spawn behavior, you just want to do a single one, then just remove the spawn behavior, and now you're just going to get a shot forward, which is the default projectile thing. No pooling behavior quite yet. I'll add that. That's on the to-do list. Audio is on the to-do list as well. Yeah, so the next thing is actually the trajectory. I think I'm going to remove these lists, so they're not going to be a list anymore. That was a refactor that I think I went the wrong direction in, so I just need to undo it. But the next thing is these custom trajectory behavior. So if we look at our forward missile, we have trajectory behavior is... Oh, wait. Oh, okay. See, this is the different... Yeah. I need to... There's a pre-launch trajectory, which for this one is a forward line. And I changed it to blue, so I need to change that to red again, I guess. So that's a forward line, 1 meter, and we're going to change this to 5 meters. So we'll make it 3 meters. How about that? And it displays pre-launch. There you go. But on the magic missile, you can see that there's a pre-launch trajectory and a trajectory behavior for both. And the reason why we have that, when you shoot a magic missile, you can see the trajectory is here. This is the active target overlay trajectory. And if you turn it on, then you also get the same trajectory on this. Now this one has a distance to target modifier. That's why it's fading in now as I move around. And then, whoops. And then that happens, and as it gets closer, you can see the X getting smaller, getting red, and fading in. And as the missile gets further away, it changes. So that's that. And that's why we want to be able to have a pre-launch trajectory so you can see what's going to happen. But you also might want a, active trajectory while the object is going. So each one of these projectiles can have a pre-launch trajectory or another one. So there are a couple options here. If the thing is, I don't want to have to remember that every time I change my spawn behavior from 5 to 10 or whatever, that I need to also change my pre-launch trajectory, right? For Fireball, I didn't know we had that set for Fireball. Oh yeah, of course we do. So Fireball is just this. It just hit preview overlay, and that just goes forward. But if you're going to hit something, it turns red and goes towards that. But it just goes where it's going to hit pretty much. Oh, good, I hit it. And so now the Fireball times X is doing the same thing. So I don't necessarily want to say, oh, shoot, I've got that. So I think what we need to do, I was thinking about this earlier. So right now the spawn behavior has a pre-launch trajectory override. But I wonder if instead of doing that, if there is a spawn behavior, we do the trajectory for each one using the same trajectory behavior multiplied by number of projectiles. And then this could be a Boolean, true or false. If we override, then yes, then we'll display the number. If we don't override no, then we'll just use whatever the standard projectile has on it. Let me try that for a minute, and we'll see what happens. So this is going to be in our spawn behavior at the bottom here. Pre-launch trajectory. So I'm going to do public bool show trajectory per projectile equals false, or we'll set it to true by default. Okay, so this actually will record that here on this spawn behavior. But I did it again. Click the wrong thing. But we actually will do this on our trajectory. What's it called? Pre-launch trajectory. Projectile spawner ticks. If we're showing the trajectory, projectile pre-launch trajectory dot tick. So we're going to add in spawn behavior. And in this tick, okay, in our pre-launch trajectory. Nope. Where's our tick? Oh. Wait a minute. Show trajectory start. Hit preview overlay. Oh, I see. Because it's, yeah, that's why I was going to the base, because it didn't know which one. All right, so it's in these. So how are we going to do this? Okay, so we're going to have to update our tick method, which is on our projectile behavior. Or are we? No, we don't, right? Because if we go to our trajectory behavior, and we go to our hit preview, we have the projectile here, so we'll know if it is multiple. So currently if we have a target overlay available, then we will check to see if we hit something. Otherwise, we will stop showing the trajectory. So if we do hit something within the distance, wait, is this the right one? I want to make sure I'm doing the right one so I don't get extra confused. On our fireball, hit preview overlay. Trajectory, hit preview overlay. All right. Oh, I made this try get raycast. That's what I did. I made this in the utilities. Range equals 20 by default. All right. Otherwise, we stop showing it. All right. So this is where we have the start and stop somewhere. Show trajectory start and show trajectory stop. The problem is, So I've got these bools here for display pre-launch and display post-launch. And that's fair enough. That's simple enough. I feel it's simple enough. And then you get this active target overlay. You can display both pre and post. That's the X that fades in and stuff. But in this situation, with Fireball, we just have it forward. I want 5. I want X number based on the spawn. So is that something I build in to only the ones that can do that? Yeah. Yeah. Okay, here's what we're going to do. So in this situation, I don't know what active target X overlay. Oh, I was using this. This is a... I'm going to just change this to Z or X. No, not XXX. We don't want that. ZZZ. I might not use that. Okay, so I've got these 3 different ones. This one is the overlay. It cannot do multiple. If we're shooting 5, we're not going to shoot 5. This one will not handle that. These 2 will handle multiple fire shots, though, as an option. It will be a boolean to optionally do that. And that means since we want common behavior between trajectory line forward and trajectory hit preview overlay. No, is that the right one? Trajectory line forward and hit preview overlay. Yep. So between these 2, they both are going to have some common code, which means what we should really do is make an overlay of trajectory target overlay that does multi overlays. So class is going to be that, and there's going to be trajectory target overlay. We're going to say multi target overlay, and then both of these are going to wait. Oh shit, wait a minute. Oh man. They inherit from different things. How am I going to do this then? Active target and hit preview. See, they both have display options. And target sprite. And then they go to the unique bits. But they're both overlays. Let me try a different direction with this. Okay, we'll try a different direction with this. Maybe this is the wrong direction, but let's just give it a try. In our trajectory behavior, we have these options here. We're going to do one more option, public bool allow spawn behavior override equals true. And we'll do a tooltip here as well. Tooltip, if true, and if the spawn behavior on the projectile wants to override the trajectory. We actually change this to allow multi spawn trajectory, or allow multiple trajectories. How about that? If true, and the spawn paper on this has multiple projectiles, then each one will have its own trajectory preview. Okay. So now we have that, and that means on the one we don't want it to do it on, so we have our projectiles, no, we have our trajectory behavior on the active target, we'll say no, don't allow multiple trajectories. So that's always just going to be on the active target. And then for these, they will both allow multiple trajectories. And then, dear friends, I have this thing where I get itchy if I have a lot of pressure. Like if I lift something heavy, my hands will get super itchy wherever I lift. And I guess because I've been putting my hand down here, my palm right here is fucking itchy. I don't like it one bit. All right, so now these will handle that if we're allowing multiple, and if spawn behavior has show trajectory per projectile. So now let's go back to this. We're going to go to our hit preview overlay. And our show trajectory start. Interesting. Okay, so the base one. Let's see. Line forward, trajectory behavior. Oh, these both come from okay, so these are both kind of overriding the base, which is up here. But they override it in two ways. So let's do is what. Well, let's try this. Not do nothing. We're going to do if projectile dot has spawn behavior, or okay, if it doesn't have spawn behavior, then we'll do nothing. No. If it has spawn behavior, okay, we'll fix this up in a second. If it has spawn behavior, and if projectile dot spawn behavior dot show trajectory per projectile, then we will show trajectory per projectile start and pass these. And we're going to actually make this public virtual void, and it's going to return a bool. Per projectile, and it will return if projectile has spawned. Oops. If not projectile dot has spawn behavior, then we're going to return false. And if not projectile dot spawn behavior dot show per, then we return false. Otherwise, return true. And here we're going to say if we can do this, projectile spawner and projectile, then we will return. Otherwise, we do nothing. So now that means this is where we do nothing, because on the parent here we do nothing. But this is basically saying for all of its children now, it will have the option of doing a multiple one. We're going to go with that for now. Okay. I need to turn this heater on. Hold on. I'm back. It was getting chilly. So I turned on a tiny space heater. So, okay. Now, if we go back to our line forward, we have show directory start. And now we also want to have show trajectory per. So now up here, wait a minute, projectile behavior. If we do, we're not returning. Okay, so we can do our base dot show trajectory start. And I believe, let's confirm with the AI, that if that base one returns, then this will return. Let's confirm though. Base.show trajectory start may return, but it may not. If it does return, will the rest of this method run? I hope not. The rest of the statements in this are likely to continue after base call, unless the base method is an exception or the method is absorbed by some other means. Oh. Okay, well, let's figure this out then. Here's the base method. I'd like to ensure that if the if method returns true, then we do not run the rest on the child method. Okay, I'll go with you on this one. So now the base is also returning. That means these have to return something. Oh, interesting. So no, actually, I don't want to do this. Because if I inherit from this, I don't want to necessarily run all of this. So, undo. I think we're just going to have to do base this return instead. Okay, that sounds better to me. Why is there now an ad messing up my chat? I want to be able to see the chat, y'all. All right, that makes more sense to me. Or we just do it here. Okay, now I'm going to ask another clarifying question, which is base.show trajectory per projectile start returns true or false. But in this method, it's also is it? Oh. So being overridden. Does that mean that the base class will not be utilized and the override will in the if statement? Okay, so I can still call base. The question is, do I want to call base? I think no. I think instead it would be like this. This would be like this would be the default, essentially. But, of course, as the default, you don't need to. So now it's going to check the base. But if I override this with more stuff, like if x1 is greater than 2, return true, then, you know, you can do stuff there. Okay. All right. Now, however, so if we're not doing that, then return false. Otherwise, we do more stuff here. So then we're going to say var spawn behavior equals projectile dot spawn behavior. Okay. So if you do this pattern over and over, then we'll keep calling the parent the base of each one. So in child classes or in inherited in classes which override this method, just keep using base.show trajectory per projectile start. Make sure the base class always start. Okay, sure. All right, so spawn behavior is that. We'll say if spawn behavior dot count. No, not count. What was the... What was the thing? Number of projectiles. Number of projectiles is greater than 1 or equals 1, less than or equals to 1, then return false. Because that means we're just doing it forward, so it doesn't matter. We're not doing multiple. Otherwise, we're going to do... We basically now need to replicate the angles in the launch here in ArrayCast. We're going to make spawn behavior do that work because it might be different for every spawn behavior. But then we're just going to show it here. So we're going to gather... Let's see. We're going to move this. So first we need to be able to just show the basic one, right? To make this a list because we might show multiple. All right, so if we have none, then we're going to create 1. Down here, though, if we're doing it per projectile, then if line renderer.count is less than number of projectiles, then create 1 for each that we're missing. So we're going to move this to a new method, public or private protected virtual void create line renderers var count equals 1 or int count, sorry. Int count equals 1. Renderers. And we're also going to say max max count equals 1. So if we just say create line renderers, then we're going to say create a single line renderer. And if here we're going to do while line renderer count is less than max count, then we're just going to call create line renderer. Right? And then here for this one, we will just say create line renderers for spawn behavior.number of projectiles. So up here we create single create multiple line renderers. But if, for whatever reason, we already have some, it won't create any more. Sound good? Sound good to me. All right. All right. So we're going to have to do this to all of them for each var line renderer or in line renderer. Line renderers. Line render enabled equals false. Count equals 0. Then we return. And we're going to do for each. And we just do that, put that in there, and do another one for each. Put that in there. Doot, 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 doot. And okay, so in our create line renderer, we are going to create one. We are going to line renders.add a new, add this. Oops. And then line renderers last one material is going to be that. Line renderers material is that. Same material for all of them. Set line width. We will set that here instead. It's a single one. All right. So let's see what happens if we just try it and see. The forward missile does 1. If we update our forward missile to have spawn behavior 5 at 90 degrees. Our trajectory is busted. Okay. The variable line renders trajectory forward doesn't exist anymore. Really? Really? That's not what I expected. Line forward 82. Line renderer position. Alright, so that wasn't the issue. The issue lies here. Debug.log is null. Usually the AI does it faster. And let's just see that. I don't know why it would be null. Turn it on. It's not null. The variable line renders of trajectory line forward doesn't exist anymore. It's not null, but it's saying it doesn't exist anymore. So the line renderer doesn't exist anymore, I guess. Debug.log. Line render is null. True. Why is it null? It should not be null. Let's see. We're creating it here. Adding it here. Oh. Here we go. Maybe that's... Yeah. Maybe we have to do that. What's it doing? All right. That's fair. All right, let's see if that works. Nope, nope, nope. Debug.log line render count is that, and debug.log last item is null. Let's see. It never happens. Debug.log create line renders, and then this one debug.log warning create line render. Okay, I didn't type any of that right. Sorry, Jeff, I just saw your message. All right, so did that? It didn't happen at all. So clearly, create line renderers, and then never does the next one. While count is less than max count. So we're going to say, just print these out. Count is that, max is max count. Count is, oh. Am I not working on an instance? The last one is 111 on projectile spawner. Pre-launch trajectory. We need to make a new instance of that. So we're going to do private trajectory behavior. Pre-launch trajectory instance, and we're going to do equals new. No. Create new instance of this. There we go. So we're caching it now. And we're going to have to use that cache. And nullify it. When we have restop. Shoot. Last projectile. All right, let's move this to the projectile. All right. Shoot. Okay. How are we going to do this? Projectile. Last projectile. Projectile. Pre-launch trajectory instance. And then here, trajectory instance. So instead of doing our private one here, we will do projectile dot pre-launch instance. And then on our last, so this is what we're looking for now. Pre-launch instance is what we're looking for. Okay. We don't, this is not using the instance, so we don't need the instance there. But we'll do the instance here. Okay, and nullify it there too. Okay. So the problem is now the count is still 5 because we updated that on the scriptable object. So one little trick I found. Is just kind of remove it, save it. Count is 5. Line renderers. So literally just cross that out, save, and then bring it back, save again. And that kind of resets it, I think. Now what's it doing? Why is it doing this constantly? Why is it doing this? This wasn't doing this before. Check for new projectile. Clear the trajectory. Last -1. What did I change? I don't know why I changed. It's -1. So projectile is now this. So we're going to be, let's check out what this is. Is that. All right. So the last one's 0. The last one is negative. Less than 0. Do I just need if projectile index equals projectile index and return, because we don't have a new one. That can't be right because on disable we're clearing it. What did I change? I changed this instance. Oh. Okay. Wait. Okay. So if last projectile.pre equals null, then we're returning because there's nothing to clear. Okay, so it clears it once. There's nothing to clear, so that's that. Okay. That's better. Oh, okay. We did a whole lot of shit here. We did it to all 5. we got our warnings here. Create line renderers. All right, so now we're creating the line renderers. We're just not displaying them right. Okay. All right, good. Okay, so we're creating them. We're just not displaying them right. And here, and then trajectory line forward, tick. For each one. All right. Trajectory line forward. Now, where was that whole allow multiple trajectories thing coming into play? So if not allow multiple trajectories, then max count equals 1. So if we're not allowing multiple trajectories, then we'll never have more than 1. Okay. And then that's on the start, and the stop will disable them. And then on the tick is where we need to do. So the color is just changing the material. That's the same for all of them. And make this protected virtual. Protected virtual. Set line width is going to be for each of them. And then the position is going to be for each of them. So if we're not allowing multiple trajectories, then var line renderer equals line renderers 0. We already check for, yeah, we already checked that it's more than 0. Okay. And then we're going to do position line renderer create a method for that, and do this. So we need to pass in this as well. If we are allowing, then we return. Otherwise, we will do for each one, position it. But this is where we're going to have to do some updates on the angle, etc. All right. How do we position it? We're position. We're doing it from our spawn position to our forward length. So now we need to add an angle to it. Or this is getting complicated and I don't like that. It's turning into an Uber thing. And I don't like that. Because here's the deal. Line renderers need a direction. Right? So I will take get a position that is this distance at this direction. Great. But another thing, well, the other thing won't be doing position line render. It's going to be doing a different thing entirely. Yeah, so okay, let's get this working and then we can always undo everything later. Say we wasted time, but I don't think so. So we need to get the position of an angle. So if we do float angle, no, because it could be we need a start and an end. And we're going to grab that from the trajectory. Spawn forward distance is the position plus forward plus distance. Shit, this is getting complicated and I don't like it one bit. Alright, this is what I'm going to do. I'm going to sleep on it. We're going to make an update here, debug log up to do, and it's going to be figure out how to correctly pass multiple values in from the spawn behavior. Because the problem is that the spawn behavior is just saying, I want 5. And that will choose the angles. It will choose the start. It knows where it starts. It knows the angle. So from that, we should be able to get a start and a stop position. And then just pass those two in here. And other types of trajectories will get similar data out of it. We essentially just need to update the spawn behavior to kind of give those values. So it'd probably be a method. Probably be a method like method to provide a start position vector 3 for each projectile based on the offsets. Is it going to do it? It's just going to continue doing my... Oh, okay. That's cool. It updated my... All right. This is used by determine where to spawn each projectile. Not really. Angle, start angle, angle adjustment, angle step time. All right, so this might give it, let's see. Let's move this all the way over here. Okay. So we're going to pass in this and this and vector 3 start position and vector 3 stop position. And then we'll do start position, stop position. And then, I know I said I was going to sleep on it, now I'm doing it, but that's true. I'm not wasting time. I'm learning. I'm training my brain. It's not really a waste of time if you undo everything. You still did stuff and learned stuff. So for this one, we're going to position that on the start position, end position there because we're not allowing multiple trajectories, so we're just doing one. But if we are allowing multiple trajectories, then we're going to do projectile spawner dot start position spawn behavior start position spawn. So projectile spawner to spawn behavior. Where's spawn behavior? Projectile spawner dot spawn dot projectile dot spawn behavior start position I and okay, make this an I for loop index equals 0. Okay. And for now, we'll just do another one. Whoops. Keep the same formatting here. And method to provide a stop position with vector 3 for each projectile, which is the forward position based on the rotation of the thing. Let's see if it just gets it. Stop position. Angle, getting the angle. Launch position plus 1. I don't think that's right. Is it right? Maybe it's right. We'll see. Stop position. All right. Well, see if it works. Eee, are you nervous? I'm nervous. It's not apparently working. It's also only doing one. Now we got to fix that bug too, but that's easy enough. We'll make this private. We're not showing the inspector. Why is this? It should be. Longer. See how it's only drawing one? It's not drawing the length. So this is actually going to be forward position. With a float length equals 1. And so when we call this, we will then forward position and then length of our line forward. Does that fix our length issue? It does. I used to have this updating automatically or at runtime. I'll have to fix that, but all right. It was. Now though, we need to figure out why the positions are doing what they're doing. So we'll do a debug.log start position equals is start stop position is stop position, and let's see. I mean, they're all going to be the same, right? Yep, they're all the same. Just real quick, I want to test something out here. If we do our spawn behavior, and if we make this offset, position offset, make this really tall. It does show it really tall. All right. Oh, and this one works live. That's good. So we can do that. And then... Oh. Interesting. So this part's working. The start is working. It's the end that's not working. All right. Wrong button again. All right, so the start is working. It's the stop that's not working. So this is supposed to get... forward position is supposed to get the forward position based on the starting angle. However, they seem to all be the same angle, regardless of the index provided. I don't know if that's enough details. both the forward. Calculate the angle in the same way, as well as the angle determined the forward position would be the same. I think it's not including. Well, it should be because angle step. Let's see. If you want to generate a different forward position for each projected around the angle, you'll need to incorporate the calculated angle in the direction of the line forward. So what's the difference here? Angle, start angle, angle plus that, angle plus that. So this is the same. And then it's doing that. All right, let's see if that just works. I'm not sure. Again, I am really bad at trajectory stuff and like angles. I've always hated it. Oh, that did the trick. But it's now, if we face forward, then it's right. But the minute we're not facing forward, it's going further. It's doubling effectively. Okay, it's an improvement. Okay, that's an improvement. However, as I rotate my character, the angle appears to be doubling. Could this be due to the rotating transform value or something? Mm-hmm. Okay, let's try this. Yeek. See if it works. I'm telling you, this freaking AI. Amazing. All right. There it is. Now, if I change this to 10, I get 10. If I change it to 2, well, that's different. Interesting. What's going on here? Okay. So if I have 10, it's fine. If I have 5, it's not fine. Oh, because the number of line renderers. So we need to account for that as well. Okay. If line renderers dot count is greater than no clamp line renders to 1. Okay, so this is what we're going to do. If we are not allowing multiple, then we're going to clamp line renderers to 1. And if line renderers dot count is greater than I, then see. Make sure line_count is less than or equal to I. There we go. Okay, perfect. That works. And then for this one, if we are allowing it, then no, we're not. Then not do that. It's going to be not line renders count. It's going to be spawn behavior dot number of projectiles. Okay. I think in another place we do the addition if we don't have enough. So let's see. Okay, so we do 5, 10. Nope. Okay, so we didn't do the addition. Oops, wrong button again. Definitely wrong button again. All right. So in the clamp, though, oh, it's because we do one. I see. Maybe rethink this. Rethink this a little bit. Create line renders. We do this on the tick. If it's null, we create it. And then on the start, in this, create line renderers. We do this on the start. So maybe after we clamp. Is that right? No. No. That's not right. If line renderers okay, do that. Maybe that'll work. Nope. Is this a different bug? Is it because it's 1? Let's see. Interesting. 5. Okay. 7. 2. 3. Okay, but then 1, and we get that. Okay. It's because it says number of projectiles is 1. So, what we have to do instead is, if it's 1, then we're not doing multiples. So, in our trajectory line forward, allow multiple trajectories, then we do that. Or so if we're not allowing multiple trajectories, or if that, or if spawn behavior equals null. So if there's no spawn behavior, then we're not doing anything. And if it's number of projectiles less than or equal to 1, then we do just the forward. Okay, but then if we do 2, then we get that. That's not... Is that right? Should be. Interesting that 2 gives a like a right angle type of thing. Right? Forward and to the right. I would think it would be like 45-degree angles. So it's getting the both on the shooting and the trajectory, so that must be a bug in... God damn, I keep doing that. It must be a bug in the spawn behavior itself. So we're going to do a AI action. Interesting. When there are 2 projectiles, the angle is forward and x degrees to the right of forward. However, when there are 3 or more, the first angle is -1 half of the total angles as expected. What's going wrong when I only have 2 projectiles? See if it understands that. Rooted in the way angle adjustment is computed. Adjustment is the angle step divided by 2. Even in... Oh, so when the number of projectiles is 2, the angle step will shift the 2 angles halfway towards the next step. As a result, the 2 projectiles will not be symmetrically distributed in the forward direction, but instead slightly skewed towards the right. Okay, look at the angle adjustment assignment in the spawn behavior class. Potential solution. In angle adjustment, if a number of projectiles equals 2, then we do 0. All right, let's try that. Let's see if that fixes it, because that would make sense if we have only 2. Aha. Then we do 3, 1, or 31, 1. Aha. 50, and we do over wider angle. Look at that beautiful fanning. Whoa. How pretty is that? Neat, 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 neat. All right. And if we do the offset by 2 or up, then we do all that. Neat. All right. All right. So that preview is working. The next step will be to make the other preview working and fix that bug. I'm not going to do that tonight, though. Excuse me. And it's essentially just going to be the same concept. I did it again. It's going to be the same concept for the hit preview overlay as is for the line forward. So it's not drastically different. I'm going to clean this up a little bit too, probably. There's probably some refactoring that can be done. In fact, while we're here, let's try this. Suggest refactoring. Instance null checking. The line render's variable is never null because it's initialized when declared and never reassigned to null. This means we can remove null checking. Similarly, I notice that in the method create and configure line renderer object is responsible for creating a new line renderer. This method could also include code for configuring the line renderer. So I moved that. Earlier it refactored that to be out of it. So there's that. Keep that in mind. Function simplification, duplication. Various parts of the provided code appear to include duplicated or overlapping functionality. I was hoping for something like that for the refactoring, or that it didn't exist. For example, the clamp line renderers function is ensuring that the line renderers list contains exactly one renderer, but also calls the create line renderer to function that defined elsewhere. Merge those two functions. See diff and apply. That's a new thing. Whoa. Okay, how do I interpret this diff thing? So this is an accept. So what's diff? How do I interpret this? Okay, so this is public class trajectory line forward, trajectory line forward. I don't want to remove that. I like my code or my note. I'm not sure how to interpret the differences here. My version on the left, its version on the right. Show trajectory start. I don't know how to read this. So I don't think this is a real diff thing because it's got this whole other parts thing. And I think it's deleting some of my code. So, how do I get out of this? How do I not accept all? Escape. Okay. Just escape. So create and configure line renderer. I like the diff here. I'm confused. Undo. Okay. Please provide only the updates for number 3. So it says this for create and configure. I'm confused still. I know what it's trying to do, but I think it's missing telling me where to put some of the code. Because it's having me change these methods without, I think, yeah. All right, anyways. All right, so that's that. I'm going to do the rest another day. I need to eat some food before it's too late and all that stuff. So, thanks for hanging out. How long was this stream? This is a long one, I think. I can't even... How long have I been going on? Where's my timer? Almost 3 hours. All right, that's not so bad. That's normal. Well, thank you for hanging out, everybody. I'm glad you were here. I appreciate your comments and suggestions and interactions. I hope you have a great day. I don't know if I'll be streaming again before like the New Year or stuff. I've got a few more days of day job, and then a bunch of days off for the Christmas time, and then a few days of the day job before the New Year. So who knows what I'll be doing during all that time. Hopefully I'll be spending a lot of time with friends, some time with family, and I hope you all get similar time with friends and family if you want, and if you don't want, I hope you get to do whatever the hell it is that you want to do. Because you can choose your own family and friends. You know, you're born with a family, but if you don't want to see them, then don't see them. Because apparently, some families suck. My family's cool. You know. But I know friends who's like, hey, I didn't even know you were here, Johnny. I have friends who don't like their family, and I've met their family, and I know that their family's not cool. So I have a theory that if your family sucks, you can choose to have a new family made up of friends. You know what I mean? Because, you know, what law is it that says just because somebody birthed you, or just because you have the same parents or something like that, that you have to be friends with those people or have to stay interacting with them, you know? My family's cool, but if your family's not, you know, hopefully you have cool friends. That's important for happy lives is cool friends. I need more friends to play these board games with me. That's the problem. I need my friends' kids to grow up and all that stuff. Lurking while working. Lurk the work. Lurking while working. So, anyways, I imagine that Dots would have a thing or two about projectiles. Like if you have a ton of projectiles in a scene, Dots would make that more efficient, I would imagine. But like many people, I haven't delved into that quite yet. I think in the future I will have to, not initially have to, but would want to, but not right now. Also, UFOs are real. Did you know that? Did you know? Okay, here's the deal. Chuck Schumer, love him or hate him, up to you, I don't care. Chuck Schumer had this amendment in the U.S. Senate that was going to essentially force disclosure of UFOs. And there were all these theories that part of it was that it also had a timeline that worked perfectly for an October surprise come next U.S. presidential election. And Joe Biden, or whoever is the liberal Democratic nominee, could be the one to say, my fellow Americans, aliens are real. That type of shit, right? Either way, a couple key Republicans got it blocked. And those key ones are the ones who happen to be representatives of the aerospace firms who are purported to have possession of these UFOs that the government has collected. So that's amendment itself is amazing, right? But then Schumer afterwards basically did a speech where he said something along the lines of the U.S. government knows quite a lot about these UAPs, and it's time that they tell the people. And here's the deal. If that text had been in any leaders, any government official, any politician's mouths 10 years ago, be front page news. That itself is disclosure. That itself is a government person saying these are real. We don't know what they are. It's not saying aliens. It's not saying little green men. But what they're saying is that UFOs are real, and we've been lying to you this whole time for decades, at least 70 years, if not 80 years or more. Us, the government, has been lying to you, not only lying to you, but creating programs like Project Blue Books that were intended to lie to you even more, intended to mislead you. And when you said you're lying to us and we said, no, we're not, we were lying to you. We were just lying to you. So that disclosure happened. The government's already disclosed that UFOs are... we don't know the details, right? And we all want to know the details, duh. We want to see the aliens. We want to see the crafts. We want to see all that. We want them to release more videos and say, look, this is a legit video of a craft doing something weird. You get the Tic Tac. You've all seen the Tic Tac, right? Yes, we're going on a UFO tangent, by the way. And you can't stop me now. You've seen the Tic Tac video, right? Tic Tac, Tic Tac, Tac UFO. Where's just the video? I want just the video. Now I'm getting a Shunyun ad. All right, so we've all seen this video. And then you've got the debunkers who are saying it was a balloon and due to angles and whatever, it's fake, right? Okay, the government's already said this is a legit one. They've already said that. See? Johnny's on it. And this is the Tic Tac shaped UFO, right? So the government's already said that this is real. Debunkers out there are always throwing out these whole like, oh, well, show me real evidence. Show me real evidence. This should have been considered evidence by those people, but they want to debunk it because they might be paid to debunk things. And then you get something like Neil deGrasse Tyson. Everyone loves Neil deGrasse Tyson, except when it comes to the UFO stuff, he seems like an ignorant buffoon, doesn't he? I don't know if you watch his stuff, but every time he's interviewed about the UFO stuff, he's like, show me the data. And we're like, well, here's some data. And he's like, that's not data. Show me the data. And, in a world where you have got Obama going on national TV on a talk show saying there are UFOs, and then you've got Schumer saying we know a lot about this, and you've got the Republicans who represent the aerospace industry blocking this, and Wright Patterson Air Force Base blocking the disclosure. At some point, it has to be like, okay, I would love to see the data. I understand the data is not forthcoming at the moment because it's being super protected, super kept secret, but there's enough smoke here, and that itself is data to say, although I don't have the data I want to see, I can understand that most likely the data exists. The data is out there. The data is real. So we've already had UFO disclosure, yet most people are still like, show me the data. So I guess we're gonna have to have the little green men show up for most people. But I need to look it up. I was listening to this podcast. It was a really poorly done podcast. They had a lot of audio problems. And they were maybe I can find it real quick because I was doing this just today. So, and where's my account? Where's my history? Where is my history? Where's my history? Ah, it's over here. All right, history. I'll find it so you can all watch it if you want. Here is this one. I think this one's it. All right, I will put this one in the link in the not in the description. So this link is gonna be for partway through the whole beginning of this. Save that for later. Don't watch it now. Save it. Watch it later. The whole beginning of this is audio troubles. So there's that. I don't think this is the best podcast. I appreciate what he's doing, but the interviewer here on the left is stupid ad. What's up with these stupid games? Skip. The interviewer on the left doesn't do a good job of interacting with the guest. But what they're talking about is these documents from Australia, it looks like. So I need to go to the site because these are very interesting documents. Apparently, these are documents from Australia talking about the CIA in the U.S. And a whole lot of things like basically saying in 1953, we're getting reports from all over the world. Essentially saying that the U.S. government, the CIA, has been keeping track of this, as we know, for decades and decades and actively lying to the people and all that stuff. But the other governments around the world knew about this. There's treaties with Russia and China about UFOs, like our nuclear treaty with good game, Jeff. Good game. The treaties with Russia also covered UFOs, but they used different language for it. That in Vietnam, when they were talking about UFOs, they would call them helicopters. All sorts of interesting things. So like this, the scientists involved include Teller from University of California, and I think we've all seen the movie Oppenheimer, so we know who that is now. Oppenheimer himself. Why am I able to select this text? Wait a minute. That's cool too. Wait, side thing here. I can select that. I was able to, well, I can't do it here. But why was I able to select that text? That was weird, right? Is that an Apple thing or is that a YouTube thing? Okay, well, now I have this icon over here and I can't select the text anymore. But for a while, I was able... Wait, here it is again. Oh. This must be an Apple thing. It's trying to allow me to select the text on the screen. Whoa. That's so weird. Can Windows do that? Selecting the text on a YouTube video screen? Anyways, that's really cool. But Oppenheimer, Dyson, Dyson Sphere, Dyson, and of the Institute of Advanced Studies. Wheeler, this guy of Princeton. I don't know all these names. To control gravity. The objective was to control gravity. During 1955, the following firms entered into gravity and/or electronic programs. Martin, as in Lockheed Martin. Convair, I don't know who they are. Bell Aircraft, I've heard of them. Lear, we've heard of Lear. All these things, all these places, they've probably conglomerated together. But here's the thing. At the end of Oppenheimer, right, he loses his clearance, but I don't know if they show it in the movie, but later in life, I think he gets his clearance back. Why would he get his clearance back if he had it removed unless he was doing stuff in 1955 for the CIA on gravity and other such things? Such intensive onslaught on the gravity enigma was entirely irrational from the standpoint of conventional science, but can only be rationalized within the context of a firm belief that UFOs were real and that the intelligence behind them knew how to control gravity. Now, this is an Australian report about the CIA. So this is what whenever this was made in the 50s or the 60s, this was written saying, hey, Our interpretation as the Australian intelligence is that they would not have done this unless they thought these UFOs, which the intelligence of the Australian government accepted as real, they knew it was real secretly, that they wouldn't do this unless they thought there was something to this. So the drive to harness this power before the USSR could do it would be a strong incentive for the U.S. government to fully support. By 1966, 46 separate projects of this nature were being financially supported. So we should just, while I'm here, while we're bored, while we're no longer doing game development, let me go to this website. Where is it? Right here. Oh, God. Okay, let's watch another ad. Skip another ad. Hello, guy with one arm. All right. So this is going to be recordsearch.naa.gov.au. Recordsearch. All right. naa.gov.au. What are we going to search for in the Australian government? Are any of you in Australia? What time is it in Australia? Oh, yeah, Jason. Are you not yet on board with the UFO stuff? Like, are you Neil deGrasse Tyson? You need to see the people, the little green men. Why isn't it loading for me? na.gov.au. Are any of you in Australia? All right. Okay, that's good to know. Record search. All right. Keywords. CIA. I don't know how to search. Maybe they no thanks. Maybe they give us a link here. Links. Maybe this is what we need to do. Okay, what is this? I don't know what this is. Unidentified flying objects. 58 pages. Maybe this is it. Look at this. I can't read that. Can anybody read cursive? Like, this was supposed to be easier to read or easier to write. Original of folio 12A something present to, I don't even know. Yeah, how about them? But see, isn't that like, if you assume that there is efforts to confuse, right? Then you have that silly alien bodies from Mexico that everyone, like Neil deGrasse Tyson, when asked, well, what about all this evidence that the government is saying they have UAPs, that the people involved are saying UAPs, and then someone who wants to debunk it can, or at least muddy the waters, can say, well, you know, that's an interesting thing you just asked about, but what about these Mexican bodies? That's obviously not a thing. Show me the data. It's just humans. They look like humans. And then people watching be like, oh yeah, that seems like it's bullshit. That's just like the alien autopsy from the 90s video. That's all crap. And suddenly you ignore the fact, but there's things that aren't crap that we were talking about. It's like when somebody says, hey, we've investigated 1,000 UFO reports and 997 are easily explained as weather balloons and swamp gas and other things. So yeah, there you go. Wait, what about those other 3? What about the other 3 you couldn't explain? You know? Anyways, so I don't know what this is. Let's skip to the next one. Let's see what's in. I can't read that. Plus, it's in Australian. This one did not think that there was something. No research capacity. File closed. Summary. The early analysis of UFO reports by U.S. Air Force intelligence indicated that real phenomena were being reported. So this is 1971 it was written in Australia. So reports by the Air Force Intelligence, U.S. Air Force, indicated that real phenomena were being reported, which had flight characteristics so far in advance of U.S. aircraft that only an extraterrestrial origin could be envisaged. So that's still what we're Tic Tac video. We're still saying, oh, they're still advanced. So 1971, they're saying previous reports, so before 71, we're saying they were super advanced, that they only could be U.S. Extraterrestrial. So even if you think that we could do whatever these Tic Tacs are doing today, even if you could, maybe we could do it now. We couldn't do it then, and they were saying we couldn't do it then, right? So a government agency, which later events indicated by the CIA Office of Scientific Intelligence, studied the UFO reports, intention of determining their propulsion methods. So if the CIA was studying reports with the intention of just determining their propulsion methods, they probably wouldn't be doing that if they were all swamp gas, right? Right? So this is clearly... how is this not essentially confirmation that although we don't know something, although we don't know, we do know that it's not the U.S. government's in 1971 or pre-71. And the CIA had enough information to say, whatever these are, we want to know what their propulsion methods are, right? And at that time, OSA was responsible for intelligence on foreign research. So maybe they thought at that time in the 60s or before 71, maybe they thought, well, this could be Russia. So we want to know their propulsion methods. Uh-oh. Oh, I clicked into it. So that's up here. So either way, we don't know what it is, but we know that there is something. And they knew that there was something of interest, right? We don't know, but we also don't not know. It's a known unknown. We know something that is unknown. Now, they want us to think that there's nothing there, right? That's what they were telling us for all this time, that there's nothing there. When they knew there is something there. But they didn't want us to know that because they don't know what it is. And they didn't want to tell us. But they also, from a government standpoint, military standpoint, you don't necessarily want to know, to tell others what you know, because if they are researching something that's going to be like some crazy weaponized thing, then of course you don't want your adversaries to get it first. You want to be the one to get it first. You want to hold that back until the moment you used it. We did that with the stealth bomber, first Gulf War. We did that with drones, second Gulf War. Both of those things were secret projects, right? But once that's out, the adversaries quickly catch up. Because they're able to get the research, the intelligence on those. All right. CIA became alarmed at the overloading of military communications, whatever that means, during a mass sightings of 1952. Now, do you know what the mass sightings of 1952 are? 1952 UFO mass sightings. Is this the Washington one, or is that 1954? Nope, this is the 1952 Washington incident. You can look it up on Wikipedia if you can choose to trust it or not, up to you. But there were a lot of UFOs reported over Washington, D.C. in 1952. They were, of course, dismissed as radar blips or something, even though many people saw it. There's no surer sign of intelligent life in the cosmos than the fact that none has tried to contact us. That we know of, but there's a lot of holes in that. First, maybe they have contacted us and we just didn't know it. First, maybe they would contact us, but they don't want to because we're idiots or something like that. Who knows? I think all of this there's a lot of techno-anthropomorphization going on here. Like we anthropomorphize other intelligences. And also, Corey, you limited that other intelligent life to the cosmos. Does the cosmos include other dimensions or other things that we haven't even thought of beyond other dimensions in the whole universe? Who knows? So mass sightings of 1952 consider the possibility that the USSR may take advantage of such a situation. So acting through the Robertson panel meeting of mid-January 53 persuaded the Blue Book to be created as a means of debunking, which we already knew that. To initiate such programs decades ahead of normal scientific development would indicate that the U.S. government acknowledged the existence of advanced aircraft which presumably use a gravity-controlled method of propulsion. An additional motivation could have been the fear that USSR would achieve this goal before the U.S. Keep it secret, so. Duh. Erecting a facade of ridicule. The U.S. hoped to allay public alarm, reduce the possibility of the Soviet taking advantage, etc., etc. This information was widely discredited by retiring. Let's see, what was the RAF? This is Australia. Together with many other countries of the world, gave credence only to the U.S. Air Force public facade and appeared to have uncritically accepted and associated information. This information was widely discredited by retiring U.S. service personnel formerly engaged in UFOs investigations, as well as by scientists and private citizens. The conclusion of the Condon report conflict with its own contents and has been discredited by reputable scientists, including the UFO scientific consultant to the U.S. Air Force. None of this is saying anything that we don't already know. We know that stuff was all, the swamp gas stuff, that was all there to discredit it. And so in 1971, they're saying it would appear wrong for Australia to remain ignorant of the true situation. We lack an intelligence viewpoint that can assess the nature and possible consequence of this problem. Yep. So, yeah. 1947, Dayton, Ohio, assumed a responsibility to investigate the initial reports of flying saucers. Anyways, the real mystery is how, as camera technology has vastly improved, did you see the latest, the one, it was from Daily Mirror UFO story, CIA. So this was a recent article written in the Daily Mirror, and everyone who reports on it has to say that while it's in the Daily Mirror, the authors are credible. But there's a key word here, Jason, which I think you're going to like. The source at the CIA says the source said the CIA has a system in place that can discern UFOs while they're still cloaked. And if the non-human craft land or crash or are brought down to Earth, special military units are sent there. So, while they are cloaked. So the answer to your question, Jason, would be they have cloak technology. So that's why we don't necessarily see them. Perhaps that's why we don't have photos of them from our iPhones, which aren't that great compared to other cameras. But so the camera technology has vastly improved, and everyone has cameras in their pockets. Sightings have plummeted. Have they? Have they plummeted? Or are people ignoring them because you can so easily fake it that every time a real one comes out, people say it's fake? It's fake. Because until you get it on the nightly news or whatever, people say it's fake. It's fake because it could be faked. We could fake the Tic Tac video now. Anyone can make that now. Well, not anyone, but anyone with suitable technology, which isn't hard to get on yours or my computer, could fake that Tic Tac video. We can make more of them. So people just say it's faked. Plus, all of our phones, we're looking down all the time, right? So first of all, if they're cloaked, if we can't see them with our eyes, we're never going to point our camera up there. But who's hoarding all the images? The government, probably, I suppose. At least that's what the whistleblowers are saying. So they happen to invent cloak technology. No, they always had it. They always had it. It's just sometimes, for whatever reason, it's not being used and someone takes a picture. That happened before. It happens today. But Jeff, they might be government today, but this was written in 1970s about the 1950s, and I think it's reasonable to say that if they are government stuff today, they weren't government stuff in the 50s, unless we've invented time travel, right? Or somehow what we're doing today was seen in the 50s, like some sort of very odd tech. So, right? Even if you think that all the stuff today, 100% of the sightings today are all U.S. government secret projects, what was it in the 50s? You know? I don't know about that one, Corey. It is interesting, though. I mean, just the whole anal probe thing is a good way to discredit people who, if people come out, let's assume, let's make a thought experiment. Let's assume that some abductions are real. I don't know. Let's assume that some are. And that the government says, oh shit, we don't want people talking about these abductions because we know that they're real and we don't want people freaking out. So we need to discredit it. So let's put out somebody who says, I was abducted and they probed my asshole, right? The anal probes. That's a really good way to discredit it because now people talk about abductions and you laugh and chuckle and say, oh, anal probed, you were anal probed. Yeah, there's crazy people who say stuff like that. So that muddies the water because suddenly you can't trust anybody because you know crazy people are saying it. So somebody who does say it, you're like, I used to trust you. You used to be so sane, but now you've been saying you've been abducted. I just can't believe you. You must be lost your mind. Can't be another government, right? I mean, if it was, yes. But that would imply, like, either way, there's a cover-up here, right? Like, even, let's go down that thread. Either there's a cover-up about UFOs, and every government kind of in on it, essentially. Although, Australia's released some stuff, but they just don't know. Although they are part of the Five Eyes, so maybe the Five Eyes has more than just intelligence sharing on traditional intelligence things. Either it's all real, not all of it, but something's real, and they've been lying to us. Or all of this is a giant psyop. All of this. Like somehow our government was able to convince the Australians that it was all real when it wasn't real. Like they were playing this weird psyop, which seems way harder to do than just trying to hide the truth by making people look crazy and so on. Like here, the CIA, however, in a report dated 1953. So again, we have to assume that this intelligence that the Australians had was legit, showed a preference to publicly abandon the investigation whilst intensifying the collection of data. And again, Project Blue Book, which we all know was a debunking thing. What else do we have here? Hynek. Control of public awareness of the UFO situation was tightened by the issuing of JANAP 146, I don't know what that is, which prohibited service personnel from discussing UFOs by threatening defaulters with up to 10 years goal, probably in prison, 10 years in prison, and up to $10,000 fine. Sure. This was during Red Scare time in the 50s as well, so a lot of patriots in America. And then passed in 1960, it's an offense under the Espionage Act. And of course, the Espionage Act, I believe, is a death penalty thing. You could have that in the U.S. Not to mention, the CIA, we all know, does kill people, right? Right? I'm not sure I understand what you mean, Jason. If a belief system is capable of folding any new information into it, calls into question its scientific rigor and more its desire to self-propagate. I'm not sure what you mean. Public distribution was made, however, of a so-called summary which in fact did not summarize nor scarcely allude to the data, but concentrated on other data reporting, which was clearly designed to reduce the residual unknowns to an insignificant number, no matter how senseless the identification became. Throughout the years of UFO phenomena, there has been a persistent form of official pronouncements which state that the percentage of unknowns would be reduced if more data were available, which is exactly what's happening again today. Even in our most recent programs, they're saying, "Oh, we've been able to say all these different things. If we had a little bit more data, we would probably be able to do the rest." Huh. interesting how they keep saying, if we just had more data, if we just had more data. Yeah. If we just had more data. 70 years later, if we just had more data. I'm skimming because there's a lot here. I had read a theory or something. I don't know where it was. I consumed some information somewhere that suggested that gravity research was a thing that a lot of big scientists, like the Oppenheimer type scientists, wanted to do publicly, and then suddenly it just disappeared. Like there was some gravity research initiative, and then it just disappeared around the same time that string theory started becoming more popularized. And the theory went that string theory was purposely pushed as theoretical physics, like big thing, even though some folks knew it was a red herring that would lead nowhere, in order to keep all the real study private, because they wanted all the other countries, all the public people doing string theory and not looking into gravity. You either start with true until proven false, or false until proven true. There's a reason most science and legal systems don't start with certainty, but start with innocence and unknown theory. That's the problem, though. That's the problem. There's a point, I think, at which you cannot reasonably say false until true, because it's like the smoke, where there's smoke, there's fire, that kind of thing, right? But to Corey's question, what do they want? I don't even know who they are. I don't know. Is there even a they? I don't know if there is even a they to want something. And then if I try to guess, I'm going to anthropomorphize it. So I don't think that what do they want's not the right question. The thing is, we know that there is something there. So the first question is, what is it? The problem is, all these people are saying the government knows a lot more about what it is, not how much. Nobody's saying that the government knows exactly what it is, just that they know a lot more. So we then have to, we can say, well, since we don't absolutely know that the government knows, there's just rumors that the government knows from a lot of different sources. There's rumors. At what point, what's the level at which we need the government do we just need the government to tell us, oh yes, we do know a lot more, and until they do that, we assume that they don't know more, that everybody who's saying they know more is lying? I don't think that's reasonable. Let's see. If I assert that the lizard bunnies from Mars who speak to me in my dreams are the ones that make radio waves work, I can always rebut your comments by kicking the conspiracy can down the road. Sure. But again, if a lot of people were saying lizard bunnies from Mars for real, I don't know. That seems like I don't know what the fallacy is. It seems like a fallacy. That argument. The answer could be terrifying. I mean, it's absolutely true, Jeff. I mean, one could imagine. Again, another thought experiment. Let's go with me here. Let's say that gravity manipulation, like they say these crafts, the only way they can do what they're purported to do is through manipulating gravity, because the people or even the things inside the energy release would be insane. Like just something starting and stopping that quickly would cause an explosion in real physics, the amount of energy released when it stops on a dime, right? So the only way to do that is to manipulate gravity and use gravity. So I guess similar to a warp bubble in a way, it's able to it's not moving fast. It looks like it's moving fast, but it isn't moving fast. Instead, somehow the space around it is moving and all that crap. Who knows? Okay, let's assume that technology is real. if that technology was available to anyone the way that drones are. I mean, drones, in the first Gulf War, drones were very powerful weapons available only to the United States. Over time, governments had drones that could do very powerful weapons. Now, in the war in Ukraine, over-the-counter drones with a grenade are proving to be quite destructive. And they're cheap, relatively speaking. So if we had some sort of gravity thing that could move things thousands and thousands of miles per hour, stop on a dime, drop a grenade, you can imagine the result of that would be pretty devastating for anyone who wanted to drop a grenade anywhere in the world who might be able to just do that. Now, that's a thought experiment. I don't know if that's the case. But one can imagine that if that is where the thinking goes, you don't necessarily want to release that information to the world, because it could be used by, North Korea to drop a nuclear bomb somewhere or something like that. So there you go. So Jeff's saying that he witnessed one. And it could be the government. And especially now it could be the government. I mean, maybe that's why they're starting to, maybe that's purposeful, this whole slow drip of information, because they're going to eventually tell us that they have technology and that they got it from this. And they're trying to, rather than the term of catastrophic disclosure, which everything comes out at once and we all get pissed because we were lied to or whatever, they're slowly getting us used to it. And you can see it right now. I mean, the fact that nobody seems to bat an eye when, again, the stuff that came out from Chuck Schumer, if Chuck Schumer's speech was 10 years ago, for 15 years ago, it would be front page news all over the world. But, these Tic Tac video was released in 2017. It's 7 years ago. So we're like, Apparently, War of the Worlds was not as disruptive to people as it was reported. Not many people actually thought it was real. But, yeah. I don't know. Oh, here's the stuff about Oppenheimer again. So, I don't know. But that's the thing. We don't know. But there's enough historical evidence to basically say either everybody back in the 70s and 60s and 50s were wrong and there was nothing there. They were chasing ghosts. They were chasing shadows. Not even ghosts and shadows. They were chasing something that did not exist. Or they were chasing something that did exist, which means they were lying to us this whole time. And whatever it is today, whether it's the same thing still happening or the government figured out whatever it is, now they did it. Either way, it was real then. It's just reason. Jason, right? It's just reason. It's like a bug report. If something crashes in your game, but you can't reproduce it, but if one person says your game crashed, fix your game, it crashed. You can't reproduce, and they're like, well, I was equipping a sword and it crashed. Like, well, I didn't get a bug report about it, right? If then 3 people say, hey, I'm equipping swords and it crashes, and you're like, I keep freaking equipping swords myself, I can't reproduce this bug. At some point, you start thinking, well, there must be a bug, right? Because enough people, credible, my friend who's playing the game, he wouldn't lie to me. He says there's a bug. He equipped a sword and it crashed. He doesn't have a video of it, right? He doesn't have a video showing it crashed. It's just his word. You might not be able to do anything about it because you can't reproduce it. So if you start investigating, you're just, investigating at nothing. You're just trying to figure it out, but you don't know. But nobody in that situation, with enough people giving a bug report saying this is happening, nobody right, would be reasonable to say, until somebody sends me a video of it happening, I don't believe it's happening at all. Because that's unreasonable. That you're essentially saying all these people are now lying. And that is, no answer, doing nothing is doing something, right? There's no you can say I don't know, but really you have to choose either they're all lying or they're not, and I don't know what that means. And that's fine. It's perfectly fine to say that. So you get a bunch of bug reports. Eventually somebody's going to send you a video and be like, wow, I that's cool. That video is there, but I can't I'm doing the same things. I can't reproduce it. So now you have to say, well, either that video is faked or, again, something's there, Interesting. So you won't deny it crashed, but you won't start with the assumption that stray electron or something happened. So your what's the word I'm looking for? Relating the idea that, if something crashed, you believe it crashed, and it's probably just a bug somewhere, a bug that you could find, that you could explain. Not magic. Everyone ever solved was not magic, correct? What about the ones that weren't solved? Actually, the point is by terrestrial means, by natural scientific means. One could imagine that magnetism, if somebody a long time ago who didn't understand magnetism had two magnets and moved them, they would be astounded. A smart person doing that would be like, wow, I don't understand how this is working, but something in nature allows this to happen. So believing that UFOs, whatever it is, not saying it's aliens, not saying it's time travel, not saying any of that, believing that, wow, there is a phenomenon, there's something happening that I don't understand, doesn't mean that whatever it is magic. It just means we don't know everything yet, right? We don't understand the universe yet. We don't understand everything there is in the universe and all the natural laws of the world and the universe. We don't understand all that yet. We don't understand a lot. We're doing pretty good compared to our past humans, but it just means accepting that it's there just means you're accepting that we don't know everything. Doesn't mean it's magic. Doesn't mean there has to be some unrealistic thing. It's like the people who say, wow, isn't it amazing that we live on a planet that has the right air for us to breathe? Wow. What do you expect? Of course, we're not going to live in a place where we can't breathe the air. That's ridiculous. I don't know. The beans and cows and the magic beanstalk. Chronology of U.S. investigation into UFOs. The Arnold sighting of 9 saucers. I believe that was in Washington. Investigations by the Air Technical Center. National Security Act creates both U.S. Air Force and the CIA. Twining memos. Look up the Twining memos. Near collision between DC-3 and UFO prompt something ATIC, whatever that is, to write an estimate of the situation. Top secret estimate was forwarded to the Pentagon. Conclusion that UFOs were of interplanetary origin was not acceptable to the Air Force Chief of Staff Jason Storey. General Vandenberg, who insisted on demonstrable proof not circumstantial evidence. Reasonable. Reasonable would be like, this seems crazy. Give me some proof. All right, that the flying objects were interplanetary, they would most likely originate from Mars. Although intelligent life, as we know it, would be more occupied with survival than we are on Earth. Our present technology cannot conceive as to how an interstellar race could reach Earth, even though it's conceded that there's a high probability that intelligent life does exist within, say, 16 light years from Earth. That's just a guy saying stuff in 1948, way before the moon landing and all that stuff. At the time, I guess it would be inconceivable that we'd get off the planet. Some people might imagine it. People did imagine it. Rockets were a thing, right? At that point. But this timeline seems to be, more people gain more information. Secret technical report. Project Grudge. All reports were the result of misidentification, mass hysteria, and hoaxes, even though they admit to 23 of the reports being unknown. During 48 to 51, the average monthly number of reports was 15, but during June, July, and August of 1952, the average was 333, including 536 during July. The UFOs were not only seen in greater numbers, but there were a greater number of reliable witnesses. Look up the UFO 1952 DC, lots of reliable witnesses. Several sensitive Atomic Energy Commission plants and defense units were subjected to close approaches. Again, that's going to be military people and scientists at those areas reporting the close approaches of those places. In 1952, keep that in mind, defense communications were being overloaded and there were fears the U.S. reaction time against any action was being hindered. Very practical. No, you're right. Just because the government studies doesn't seem, but, they're throwing money at something that is purportedly, they're also saying doesn't exist, right? For years, for decades, they said it doesn't exist, but they were spending money on it secretly. So they spent money not on $500K to study why monkeys throw feces. Maybe they did that. All right. But for decades, they were spending money, Air Force, CIA, spending money to investigate things that they were also telling us didn't exist. And now they're telling us it did exist. Now the government is saying they do exist. So, either the people now are lying, Schumer, Obama, they're all lying because it doesn't exist, and they're doing some psyop on us, trying to make us think that's UFOs that aren't human, that are non-human things. Because, I suppose, why? Because they're ours and we don't want China to know, I guess. So either they're all lying to us now, or they were lying to us before, and all these reports saying that they were lying to us before while they continue studying it are accurate, largely accurate. Some details might be inaccurate, but the big picture is that they were lying to us when the reports say they were lying to us, and they were real studying it. So that still says that something is real. It doesn't say, though. This is the problem. This is, I think, where a lot of the issue, a lot of the disconnect and deltas happen, is that nobody can say, in the public at least, the government might be, we don't know. Nobody in the public can say what it is. We should be able to say reasonably, and I think we can all reasonably say, that there is something. I'm surprised that 9 people are still watching, by the way, because this is no longer about game development. We can say that there is something there. We don't need to say the rest. We don't need to explain it. We don't need to do that to accept that there's something there, right? It would be wrong of us to say it's now time travel humans from the future. It would be wrong of us to say it's Martians. It would be wrong of us to say it's little tiny, 1 millimeter tall aliens, and that's why we can't see them. And one Tic Tac shaped thing has 5 billion of them living in it. All of that would be wrong. We would be wrong to say any of that. We don't need to say any of that. All we're saying is that there is something there. They have been lying to us. The government has been lying to us. The U.S. government has been lying to us for decades, and they probably know a lot more than we do. And given that we have insiders coming out saying, multiple insiders, not just one, it's dozens of them at this point, saying, yes, the government knows a lot more about this. What's Acoustic Kitty? I don't know what Acoustic Kitty is. I don't know what that is. But it sounds like a red herring, a distraction. The two series of radar visual sightings over Washington National Airport and the Capitol of the White House electrified the nation, 1952. As a result of the upsurge in interest in scientific and military circles, the interplanetary hypothesis gained ground, despite official efforts to explain the sight. Now, why was it interplanetary? Because that's the only thing we could imagine. Why are now people saying perhaps it's interdimensional? Because the Marvel multiverse exists. We are limited by what we can imagine. It is wrong for us to say what is. We can have fun talking about what it might be, but we can say something exists without knowing what that something is. Yep. Lear. I will not be Googling it. I will not be Googling it. The U.S. government had taken over the Canadian Flying Saucer Project. Oh, I think that's that UFO-shaped thing that went up and down. We've seen videos of it. You can look that up. But Project Blue Book. House Committee on Scientific and Aeronautic. Many prominent scientists testified in favor of UFOs being real and requiring international investigation. Sounds very similar to many things today. Is this just going back to the same thing? Because this is now back to 51. No, this is a different thing. Different words going back to 51. This is Appendix B, I suppose. I don't know what that means. Lieutenant Ulrich stated the U.S. is very interested in UFO reports from all over the world, despite the official viewpoint that the UFOs are the result of misidentification, hysteria, or hoaxes. Sightings details were requested to be signaled with photos, drawings, etc., to follow by mail. As a result, the Royal Australian Air Force produced a new pro forma. So maybe Ulrich is from the Australian Air Force. Oh no, U.S. Air Force attaché of the U.S. Embassy approached, maybe that's Australian, with a request for UFO reports. I mean, they were sure interested in something that didn't exist. You know what I mean? Engine stalls. I mean, really, only one of them has to be real for it all to be real, right? For all the general, you don't need the details. Even if everyone else is a hoax, if just one was real, that would mean it, whatever it is real. But anyways, all very exciting stuff. We'll see what happens in the future or the past, where maybe time's an abstract and it doesn't actually exist, and we just experience it one moment at a time because we're trapped in a 3-dimensional or 4-dimensional universe, or experience a 4-dimensional experience of a 8-dimensional universe. Who knows? I have no idea. But I think there's a lot of interesting things to learn. That's for damn sure. I've worked in one big company. It's not the faith in one document. It's the faith in a multitude of different documents from people who, I am going on a limb, assuming I can trust the scientists and military folks of the past, assuming that they weren't all, drinking Kool-Aid. Some of them may have been drinking Kool-Aid, but, I don't believe in religion doctrine, right? I mean, I've never seen a lot of things. I believe scientists who study quantum things. I believe them that they know what they're talking. Even though we know that they're going to be wrong, a lot of them are going to be wrong. But that's what science is. Science is accepting that you're going to be wrong, right? So more people have seen what than aliens? This heart thing. This heart covers my bump. I'm just gonna bump it. God. Have more people said they've seen God than aliens? I don't think that's true. I wouldn't purport that to be true. A lot of people say they feel the presence of God, right? But they I don't think they've seen God. I think a lot of people in the very recent time who I'm going to call trusted sources have said they've seen things that they can't explain. They're not saying it's aliens. Some have said it's aliens, but most have not said it's aliens. And the modern ones, all the people who have seen these, like the Tic Tacs, they're saying they don't know. That they're not going to say it's aliens because they just don't know. They just know they saw something that they couldn't explain, that we couldn't do, that the U.S. government couldn't do. And if the U.S. government can do it, nobody else can do it. Let's be clear about that. Who the only other people would be China or Russia, but they would, China would have taken over Taiwan. Russia would not be where they are today. So no, and I can't, but we believe it. But again, Jason, I think you're putting up false comparisons. Speaking of religion, it's like the whole doubting Thomas thing in a way. I need to put my finger through the hole to believe it. I don't believe in that story, but as an example. Yeah, I don't know. It just seems like there's a lot of smoke. And it would behoove a person to say, well, maybe there is a fire. I don't know what the fire is or where the fire is or if I'm in actual danger, but it seems reasonable that there's something there. Is there a date on this? 1971. Further to our discussion. So this person believed there was something to it in 1971. I don't know. Maybe he was wrong. I'm not in on any secret. Ooh, actually right now I am in on one secret, but it's not that exciting. So who knows? But there's a lot of stuff coming out, so we'll know in the future. We'll know more in the future, right? We don't know who killed Kennedy, but it seems reasonable that the official story isn't right. The problem is some of the secrets I know end up being wrong later because things change, right? Like plans change. If I know of a plan of my friend and what they're going to do for their girlfriend's birthday, they change it. I might know this. You know what I mean? But there's definitely advanced aerospace tech that is not public. That is absolutely true. I think we can safely say that, right? Oh, actually, that's a good example. Is that an example? Maybe it's an example. We reasonably, in Jason's story, maybe you don't agree with this. I would say a reasonable person can rely on the likelihood that the U.S. government has advanced aerospace tech that they have not made public. That is not public knowledge. That is fairly mind-blowing, you know? That would be like, wow, that's something. That's something I didn't think we had if it were to be made true. I think that's a reasonable thing for someone to think, knowing that they could be wrong. Like, it's not, nobody's saying I am going to die on this hill. I mean, somebody might, but we're not saying 100% they have it, but it's likely that they have it, right? All right, so it's safe to assume that. So why do you believe that, though? There's no evidence of it, right? Except the past. But how do you even believe the past is accurate? I mean, I don't know. Either way, I was supposed to cook a chicken. I don't think I'm going to cook a chicken. Just a part of a chicken, not the whole thing. It's too late now. (1958) Joint Intelligence Bureau. Woomera. Okay, let's read about this Woomera report. 1,400 hours. Whilst in the above position, a contrail was observed to form at about 50 degrees altitude and bearing 209 degrees from the ship. I don't know what that means. The contrail developed rapidly, passed over the vessel's zenith, and faded out at about 40 degrees altitude and bearing 110 degrees. Again, the contrail appeared to originate from some fast-moving body at the height of 50,000 plus feet. The contrail remained visible for some 30 minutes, gradually dispersing. Well, that is likely like the U-2 or something, right? How high was the U-2 able to fly? U2 spy plane height of operation. Isn't it like 70,000? 1955. How high could it go? 70,000 feet. So, okay. So this can be explained by a U-2 spy plane. 1958 sighting of a plane that wasn't known to them but could fly that high. So a bright white light a little above the crest of the ranges to the southwest and fell slight behind the horizon. Although out of sight, bright glow remained and lasted for about 5 seconds. Muffled impact. Compass bearing in the position. Found to be something true. Blah, 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 blah. I don't know. Nobody knows what that was. UFO reports. Yep. I do not have strong opinions about those things, Jason, and I'll tell you why. There's a big difference between the Philadelphia experiments, I like the movie though, if I remember correctly, and the Bermuda Triangle, and something like this, where many, many people saw things. Many people saw things, and it was reported at the time to have happened. So, you know, there's a difference between those things. Like I said, I don't believe in God. If Jesus was real, I don't think Jesus was the Son of God. That's just me. You're allowed to believe that. I know no one, you know, no offense meant or anything like that. It's just there's so at some point the connections, the evidences, the weights, all the stuff just rises to a level at which I think, all right, I don't know what, but something, right? I don't know what, but something. Agreement on measures to reduce the risk of outbreak of nuclear war between the U.S. and Russia, the Soviet Socialist Republics, the USSR. Why was this linked? Ways to improve direct communications link between Washington and Moscow. Summer of 71, major substantive issues have been resolved. Pledged by each party to take measures, maintain improve organization technical safeguards against actual unauthorized use of nuclear weapons. That's nice. Arrangements for immediate notification should a risk of nuclear war arise from such incidents, from detection of unidentified objects on early warning systems, or from any accidental, unauthorized, or other unexplained incident involving possible detonation of nuclear warhead. That doesn't mean UFOs necessarily, although that would include UFOs, I suppose. Yeah. I don't know. But I do care. I declare I do care. We'll see. We'll see what happens. It's going to be exciting. It's going to be exciting. Either we find out more or we just have the new status quo. Yeah. I suppose personally experienced one. You know, here's another topic. A lot of the stuff on YouTube, a lot of the science stuff starts talking about consciousness. And I don't follow that thread of logic. There's a lot of people who feel that consciousness is a magical thing. I'm assuming you all experience consciousness the same way I do. It's probably reasonable. But I don't see how it's necessarily magical, even if it's hard to explain, even if we don't know exactly how or when it arises. Dogs have consciousness. That's pretty damn obvious to me. I can't prove it. Can't prove that any of you have consciousness. But, you know, seems reasonable. But they go to the steps saying the consciousness is magical. Consciousness is magical. And some UFO folks say, oh, if we all just think really hard, connect our consciousness with them, we can be telepathic. Doesn't make sense to me. Maybe, but doesn't make sense to me. That seems like going out on a limb, right? Anyways, I gotta go. 9:40. I gotta work tomorrow. I want to have a beverage and chill out. And look, I've got all these messages from people. I didn't know that. All right. Thanks for hanging out. It was a good talk. We should do coding and UFOs more often. That'll be fun. All right. Thanks, everybody. Jason, have a great night. Jeff, thanks. Have a great night. I know. But even quantum physics, we don't know everything about quantum physics yet, right? Isn't that part of it, is that we don't know yet? There's a lot of stuff we just don't know. Who knows? Who knows? Somebody might know more. Very exciting. Bye, everybody.